Not sure. No.
Yes. One attorney is for executive session and one is for tonight.
Okay, very good. Okay, everybody's ready? Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, February 6th, 2024, and it's approximately 6 p.m. And as you can see, we do have all City Council members present and we do have a quorum. And I've asked Councilor Stevens to please lead us in the pledge. If you'll please stand. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Agenda item number 2 is citizens to be heard. Are there any citizens in our chambers that would like to address the council at this time? Please come forward and state your name and just generally where you reside, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. So, yes. Mr. Smith, good evening and welcome.
Good evening. My name is John White, and I live over off Mary Jameson and Seneca West Estates. And here I wanted to address the proposed Seneca West expansion, the neighborhood, Seneca West neighbors. I had sent a letter to Mayor Riley and the council on Monday about that, and I'll just read this letter if you'd like. Dear Mayor Riley, I hope this message finds you well. I'm writing to express my deep concern and opposition to the proposed Seneca West property development. While I understand the importance of progress and growth, I believe this particular development raises issues that warrant careful consideration. My primary concern is the disruption to my neighborhood with increased traffic. Seneca West can only be accessed from Seneca Drive or Grass Hill off Bandera Road. As a longtime resident of this area, we have fought to maintain this and avoid adding access from the south, which would turn our neighborhood into a shortcut for people trying to avoid Bandera Road. The ridge at Leon Valley Park, located at Grass Hill and Samaritan Drive, was a very nice addition to our subdivision. Since there is no development around this area and no through traffic, it is a safe, quiet place for neighborhood children to play. I appreciate all you do for Leon Valley and trust that the City Council will continue to make decisions that prioritize the well-being of our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. White. Do appreciate it. All right. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Fernandez, good evening and welcome. Yes.
I am Mary Ruth Fernandez, and I also live on Mary Jameson Street at Seneca West. And I wanted to reiterate what I said at the town meeting, and now that I've got more information, as you said, I'm here to learn, and I'm here to contribute to the betterment of Leon Valley as a whole, and look at it, and I want to look at it in terms of the long run. I appreciate people who say, I don't live in this neighborhood, so I'm going to say what I believe to be true, but I really don't have to, and what's not, the ... is I really don't have to live with the consequences. And I also appreciate people who maybe, I can't remember the other persons, but I do recall the people that say I don't live in this neighborhood, and so ... So I do have to live in the neighborhood, and I've lived in Leon Valley for 23 years, and I love Leon Valley, and I appreciate all the work that you all do for us every day, all the things that you do, and all the things that you talk to us about wanting to do when you were being elected. So I want to hold you true to those ideas. And I want to just say 3 things tonight. I understand the value of the ad valorem taxes that could be collected in the area should we build that space out. And but I don't know that it's necessarily going to be enough to, number one, pay for the extra schooling, buses, infrastructure, police, fire department. I also think that it's a little bit dangerous because I feel like if it was a dome and if it was sealed up by walls, I don't think that the fire chief would allow us to have that many people in there. So I just don't think that it's really a safe place to be if we're going to have that many people in there. We could raise the rate of crime, and we could make it dangerous for people who are needing emergency vehicles. And God forbid there should be some kind of a huge fire that would affect a lot of people. It would be hard to get people out of there. And I appreciate you all listening to me seriously, taking me seriously. Another reason I think it shouldn't be built out is because of the environment. I don't know your ideas about the environment, how you stand on the environment, but the last I looked, we should have about a third of our property be green to not leave a huge footprint.
Okay.
And so I'd like to thank you for your time and for all the things that you do for us.
Thank you. Do appreciate it.
And I've invited everyone to communicate with you all directly, as you invited us to do at the town hall meeting.
Okay. Excellent. All right. Anyone else? We do have 2 letters on this topic. Would the council want us to read them now or at the beginning of the executive session? Because they are pertinent to this. Mr. Campos, if you'll read that, and Mr.
I bring my glasses.
Oh, okay. I'll read it then. That's fine. I always like to share the wealth. Okay. This is from Melissa Zavala, and it's to Citizens Be Heard, and it's to whom it may concern. Thank you for a great town hall meeting. It was very well organized and kept on time. I appreciate all your efforts. I live in Seneca West Estates. I urge the city to leave the property behind our area undeveloped. If Seneca and Grass Hill will be the only outlet for the new houses to exit the community, I am opposed to any new development. I purchased my house in Seneca Estates due to the area being secluded and low traffic. The neighborhood is quiet, and I enjoy living in the area because it is so peaceful. I also enjoy the wildlife. If the area is developed with houses, this will push the wildlife out of our area. Thank you for allowing the citizens to share their opinion of the development. Best regards, Melissa Zavala. And Mr. Campos, Councilor Campos has another.
Yeah, so this message is from Kathy Hill, and it goes, Dear Mayor and Council, I see you will be discussing the property in my neighborhood tonight. I strongly urge you to consider that we don't know yet how the current R6 developments already under construction in Leon Valley will impact our community. You've had no opportunity to implement lessons learned into the plans for future development. No matter the property zoning, what I ultimately care about is 1, the number of homes built, 2, the quality and character of the homes built. They will be a value-added proposition, ? And 3, ensuring that we get in and out of our neighborhood safely and quickly. In parentheses, cars traveling west on Seneca pay 0 attention to the right-of-way of our intersection. We have much vacant land left. We don't have much vacant land left. You have tools within your authority to prescribe, for example, masonry exteriors on 3 sides. Please leave a buffer of land for existing homeowners. It's not right to ruin what they spent their lives building and investing. How you proceed will impact the sense of community here, which is a value that I haven't yet seen calculated. You know it's not something you find everywhere, and once it's gone, much like respect and trust, it's not easy to ever recover. Again, signed, Kathy Hill.
Okay, thank you so much. Then that'll be part of our record. And we did receive another Citizen Be Heard letter that does not pertain to any agenda item, but will be a part of the record tonight. We'll leave it in the Citizens to Be Heard section. Okay, anything else? If not, we'll move on then to presentation number 3. Discussion, presentation, and possible action on 2024 4th of July celebration. We have Crystal Miranda, our Community Relations Director, here this evening to present. And good evening and welcome. Glad to see you.
Good evening and welcome.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank y'all for having me tonight. Today we're here to discuss some of the possibilities for the upcoming 4th of July. I'd like to take this opportunity to discuss the type of fireworks we would have, the location, and some add-ons. And want to share with you the cost of the entertainment that I've received. Would like to get a theme from you and ideas for a grand marshal. So we have conducted a test for high aerial fireworks. When I got here, I was told we couldn't do it. I wanted to see for myself. Got with the fire department and a company to see if it was going to be possible. There were 3 test sites: Samaritan, El Verde, and Raymond Rimkus. Option 2 would just to stay the same, low aerial. But I'd like to introduce or open the discussion for a laser show option for either or both. So we would like to propose shell sizes ranging from 4 to 8 shells if we were to select Site 1, which is Samaritan. If we select Site 2, the range of shell sizes we'd recommend is 3 to 6 inches. And Site 3 at Raymond Rimkus, ranges of 3 and 4 inches, not any larger than 4, and then the assorted cakes like we're used to for every 4th of July. So we did do a test, and here's a video of each site. The first site is Samaritan, West Seneca area. These were 4-inch cells. Sorry, it's too light to see, but you did see that 4-inch cell there, and there's another one coming up here soon. Right there. Can't really see. Yeah, it's too much sun out right now. That the drone is at 400 feet, and that's where the shell size of 4-inch shells would be possibly coming down the fallout zone. And that would be the location there. This is site number 2, which is by the fire station, 4-inch shells. From Raymond Rimkus Park. I'm at Raymond Rimkus Park by the large pavilion. Those are 4-inch shells. The image from the drone, 400 feet. Then we go to Raymond Rimkus, and we did, this is last year's show, right? So everyone's familiar. We did 1.5-inch shells, assorted cakes. The fallout zone is about 100 feet, 110 feet. We were kind of concerned with the fireworks falling by the trees. The highest point you see is 1.5. If you could see the tower, if that's your sight line, that's how high at 1.5-inch shells you would get. Here at Raymond Rimkus, these are 3-inch and 4-inch shells coming here soon. As you can see, the fallout zone is a lot higher. It's not really reaching yet. These are 3-inch shells. And this is the 4-inch.
So that's higher.
I guess we had some spectators, sorry. From the drone, 3-inch shell, what it looks like. The tower, I'm trying to find it. Sight line. Can't see it. But you can see the significant height difference, right? You can see most of San Antonio, as opposed to before we only saw the water tower. This is a
Okay.
proposed layout. If we had the high aerial shows, we would like to, as similar as we did with the testing, shoot them at the parking lot. We'd also like to have laser show option. And I think we have a video of the laser show option.
Does that come before or after the fireworks?
During.
Oh, during. Okay.
So Fair Oaks Ranch did
Oh.
something similar. This would
Okay.
be something.
Oh, I see.
The
Gotcha.
concept is the same, right? So we have that big screen that we normally have on our stage. We could do a show plus lasers plus our fireworks in the background. The only thing is we may or may not be as close to the fireworks shootout point with the lasers. The lasers may just be by the stage. Couple of things, right? Light pollution, less light pollution. We got lasers. So those are options as an add-on. I think they go well hand in hand. That is my opinion, but we can definitely show you the cost that all this would be if approved, or give me the direction on which site. Would it be Samaritan? Here's the fiscal impact. So a 10-minute high aerial with only 3 and 4 inch shells, we're looking at $13,000. And this is not choreographed. Last year's was choreographed, so it would not be choreographed with music. 12-minute display, you're looking at around $15,000 with 3 to 4 inch shells and the assorted cakes that we're used to. A 15-minute display, you're looking at $16,500 of 3 and 4 inch shells. If you added laser, it's approximately $6,000 for the 15-minute display. Now, your entertainment fiscal impact. Finding Friday is a lot more expensive than I thought they were. They quoted us $3,500 an hour. I got them to give us a $6,000 quote for a 2-hour show. If we were looking at a 3-hour show, they would be similar to Spasmatics cost. So that is all up for your consideration, but I do like some direction on what you guys, where you guys want us to go for the fireworks display show, laser or no laser, high aerial, no low aerial, and if we want to confirm the contract with Finding Friday, I'd like a theme and Grand Marshal ideas.
Okay. How much is the choreography? You said it was not choreography. Neither one of these 3 options are choreographed?
Correct.
So-
Correct. So when we're talking about saving costs last year,
Okay.
that was the first option.
Okay.
Take off choreography, right?
Okay.
And then just get the fireworks. So I can add choreography. You're looking at anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 more.
Is that with the music?
Right.
Is that what it is? So
In
there would be
sync
no
with the-
music?
We could play music, but it
Play
wouldn't
music,
be
but it
necessarily
wouldn't be-
in sync with each.
I got you. Okay,
Pop.
just so I know. Okay,
Right.
just so we all know. Yeah. Okay, very good. So we're looking at whatever the 13, 15, 16.5, if we wanted to add the laser, we'd have to add that 6,000.
Correct.
And, okay, all right. Mr. Bradshaw has some questions.
So this one that I guess, could you go back to the sites, the options? Samaritan versus El Verde versus Raymer, because, so,
So that first video you saw, right, was only 3 and 4 inch shells. So we're proposing 4 to 8 because, like you said, you could barely see it.
right, but so 3 to 4 is what we currently use?
3 and 4 is what we got quoted.
Oh,
We got
now.
quotes
What were
for.
we using before?
It was 1.
1
One
and
to
1 and a
two.
half.
Yeah,
So
1 to 2.
I mean, from the videos you showed, to me, I prefer even though 3 and 4 isn't as big, but at Raymond Marcus Park, because the fireworks are like right there up above you, instead of like
Way far away.
further away. And even though they're bigger, but you're kind of, I don't know.
So you can also keep what you've always been doing, which is the 1
Yeah,
1.5
1 and 2.
inch shells. Our problem last year, there was a couple of fires out in the grassy area. And so with the 3 to 4 inch shells, it would take up that entire parking lot that the council's used to parking in. You will not be, that won't be open for parking. So
Right.
y'all would park across the street by the pools. Which I was gonna propose to y'all anyway, because y'all like to leave right after the show, and I make y'all wait in that parking lot until we clear the pedestrians anyway. So I was gonna move you to to that parking lot anyway. But just so you know, that parking lot won't be available
Right.
if we shut off.
That's if we use the high aerial.
Correct.
If we
Right.
Go back to the
We'll
one.
go back, then we can have the parking
Yes,
lot.
But like again, fire
Right,
fire
gotcha.
recommends not to, because they don't want to be able to come back and say the trees in the natural area are on fire, because we had 3
Small fires.
small fires.
Okay, all right, yes, Mr. Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. Crystal, tell me again, how many do we estimate attended Raymond Ruckus Park last year?
Last year's attendance was approximately a little bit over 20,000 people.
And I know that we talked about this before. Have we thought about charging a little bit more for the registration fee for their vendors?
Yes, we did, and we are going to go up on that fee. Bless you.
Bless you.
Not enough to cover the cost. Your vendor fees don't go
Right.
anywhere close to.
And
Especially since we're a short allotted time. If it was an all-day thing, vendors would be more open to spending more money.
But then you're increasing your cost with your police and fire.
And overtime.
And I have a tendency to agree with Councilor Bradshaw. Everybody goes to the park, and we should make it attractive for the vendors that are going to be there. And we had 20,000, and I think that from Raymond Ruckus Park, when I was taking off, there were people all the way up to Heebner, to Pavona Place, and I think it's centrally located. So my suggestion would be to go with Raymond Ruckus Park.
And what was the difference between what we paid last year for the 1-inch cakes or whatever
Last year's
versus this?
15-minute choreographed display was $16,000.
16,000 was our budget. Okay, that gives us something to go by. Yes, Counselor Campos and then Counselor Stevens. And
Hi,
then
Crystal.
Counselor-
Thank you for the presentation.
Yes, sir.
And I'm in favor of the location there at Raymond Rinkus Park. I think it adds to, if you're there, if we're trying to attract people to our park, I think that would be the attraction than to have them further out. Because then we're doing the show for the people that are not coming to the park. It's just my opinion. I wasn't aware that, of the fire, so yeah, I agree that the bigger shells it'd be great. And if you throw in the laser show, how is there not choreography between that and the fireworks? I just don't understand.
That's something that are two separate vendors. And so I would have to make sure that they kind of sync up and we get sort of on the same page of how we can choreograph it. It's an option that we can do. It's just I have to get them as the middlemen on the same page.
Okay. That's the questions I have. Thank you.
Counselor
And
Stevens.
I do like Finding Variety. Yeah. Better for me, for my age group, than the Spasmatics.
Counselor Stevens.
So I think it's absolutely worth the choreographing the audio visual, or the audio and the visual together. I'm in favor of Raymond Rinkus. That sounds good. I did have a question regarding, have we ever done a laser show?
I don't think
No.
So
I don't
do you,
think so.
so do we
I saw it at
know?
Fair Oaks on my way home from something.
Yeah.
Like, that was really kind of a cool thing.
Do-
So I said, can we just get a quote just to show y'all? I don't have to pick the laser.
Yeah,
show.
I'm just
Y'all-
curious if the FAA will even clear that for this area, because it's like a flight zone, like the
Oh, yeah,
the
that-
flight path.
Oh, with lack,
With like the
yeah.
hospitals and the military base. So I'm curious about that before we commit to it. I wouldn't mind, when you divide it by the number of people you're spending and the cents per person, I think it's extremely valuable to the community. I think everybody, a large portion of Leon Valley, again, this is the only time they get involved in a city event during the entire year. So, with that being said, it's valuable. And so I'm in favor of going out. I think you can also, charge the vendors more if you make it a better event, so.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Martinez.
Do we have any idea how many people stop on Bandera and Hubner and all the other areas and watch the fireworks show from their cars?
Did that app show an analysis of that? No? Okay.
the report that we ran for the numbers was only specifically in that area. I can tell you there is a lot of people. While I was flying the drone last year, Bandera Road was full. So were all the parking lots. I know this because my father was in town and he stopped at Bandera Road and was looking at the fireworks. He actually stopped at City Hall and was looking out. And then Wing Daddies does very well as also, mainly because they're on top of the hill and they can see down and can see a lot of it. So you do get a lot of a Bandera Road people just parking in the parking lot looking out that way.
So we can probably conservatively say another 10,000 people watched the fireworks show from their cars or from surrounding areas.
Yeah.
You know, I think we are the only, other than San Antonio and Six Flags and SeaWorld that have fireworks shows all the time, but we're the only other city around here that has a fireworks show. So, you know, that is a big calling card and a big flag to wave at ourselves and, you know, promote our city. So, like my other counselors, I agree having it at the park, the fireworks show at the park, and I kind of like the idea of a laser show. So I'd be in favor of that.
I'll look into the logistics of that's a good point, the FAA standards or anything like that, if it's permissible or what we have to look at.
Okay, that was my comments. Thank you.
But I personally think that, I agree with Councilor Stephen, I think it needs to be choreographed. Choreographed, there we go. Yeah, I do, because it's so much better, yeah.
Sure.
And so if that costs a couple, but I don't know what our budget is, but anyway. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I could go either way on the laser show. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I like that they had the salute to the armed forces. That was cool. But besides that, I don't know. I guess I'd have to see it and to see. But so I'm in favor of like either a 12 or 15-minute fireworks show though. And how much did you say it was for the choreograph, the music?
It just depends on the length of the show,
length
right?
of the show. I would say we just nominate Eric Monda to do it for free for us.
There we go.
But, I think it's pretty expensive. I mean,
I second that motion.
all you do is mix some music that goes, you know, it's not like it's going, the fireworks are going off to the beat or something, you know, it's, you just put a good soundtrack that's playing with the fireworks that they go up. Now the lasers might be a little bit different because you could make those to the music, especially if you're going to do the salute to armed forces and stuff. Then it might be different.
Okay,
so.
but is there a consensus from everyone to keep Finding Friday for 2 hours? Is that?
I like Finding Friday.
So we would actually stop
So we
at
would-
10 then, right?
We would actually have them from 8 to 8:45, have
Okay.
a little intermission. We would have them 9 to 9:30,
Oh,
break
okay.
for the fireworks, and then do like another 15-minute for just the second wave to end, kind of
Okay.
what we've done before.
Okay.
So it ends sooner, it ends around the 10 o'clock mark.
Okay, all right.
I think that's
So
good.
I think that's good. Grand Marshal?
Yes.
Well, my daughter-in-law actually has a connection with the Spurs. And so I just asked her over the weekend, could you give me a contact and maybe we could get a Coyote or, I don't know, we can't
Wemby.
get Wemby, I'm sure, but you know.
Wemby.
But she said, I just texted her today and she said she had heard back.
Your contact.
But she
Okay.
knows somebody that works in there and they always get tickets and stuff. So I said, can you get me a contact and I'll call. So I've just planted that seed, so I don't have anything right now.
Okay.
But anybody else have another idea? I know we usually have an elected official, which, you know, I know is always good too. Judge Sakai is new, so I don't know if he would, you know, he's never been our grand marshal, so that's just another thought. So anybody else? But I thought the Coyote would be really cool.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
If we could get,
Any
so we'll see.
themes come to mind?
Themes. Anybody have any ideas for themes?
Yeah. Or anybody in
theme.
the audience,
What's the
in our
theme?
chambers have an idea? You know, it's a brainstorming idea now.
Yeah.
Last year's theme was
Land That I Love?
Land
We
That
did
I
it last year. Land
Land
That
That
I
I
Love.
Love.
That I love, yeah.
Another one that was a top runner-up.
I can't remember.
It's our 30th anniversary for fireworks.
Oh, really?
For the festival? For the festival.
Does that count the rained out ones?
Well, I mean, we don't have to come up with it tonight, but I know you need.
Give me some direction.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I just want to give me some ideas along the way. and
Okay.
start promoting it.
I like the idea of something along the lines of supporting the troops, so it would be good,
Okay.
honoring our heroes or something like that.
Okay.
Honoring America's heroes. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll put some more thought into it and get back to you if you have any ideas. Yes, Counselor,
Honoring military city,
USA.
yeah.
Yeah, that'd be
Which
good
is,
too.
I think,
Okay.
what this is all about, San Antonio.
Okay. All right.
community. But I do
good.
like the coyote idea.
Let me see if we can bring that to fruition. That would be great. I'm
First,
going to
Haley.
try. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Any
Sounds
more
good.
questions?
Thank you so
comments?
much. Any other questions for Crystal? Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, Roque. I know y'all are both working together. Do appreciate that. All right, moving then to announcements from the mayor and the council. Just a couple of things. Just wanted to thank everyone who came to the town hall meeting. It was just really a well-attended and lots of energy, lots of positiveness that came out of that meeting. And if you didn't get to participate, it is still, Crystal, is it still on Facebook? Because we had it live, and then also the results of the survey is still on so please check that out. I also wanted to make a note, if everybody would mark your calendar for Tuesday, April the 9th at 6 o'clock is our volunteer appreciation dinner. Just mark it, and we're working on that. I'm working on that with Crystal Caldera. But I just wanted you to put that on your calendar. I did make a mention of it at the town hall, but I did participate in that point-to-point where you counted the homeless on January 23rd, and that was just a real eye-opener. And I don't have the final numbers from the count. There were 70 teams just from 6 to 9, that first shift, and then they had a second shift. So I'm not sure how many people they actually counted that night, but it is a nationwide count from the Department of HUD, Housing and Urban Development. But anyway, it was, if anybody wants to help next year, like I said, now I'm driving and I'm constantly looking for people that are homeless. I don't know why. Just, there's a lot of them. So anyway, but it was a very positive, they were respectful, they answered our questions. It was a survey that we had them answer questions, and it wasn't just like 2 questions, it was like 15 questions. So they really did help us get to know them and their situation better. So, and I didn't announce at the town hall meeting, but I wanted to put it on the record that Commissioner Rodriguez from the county did call and say that Melinda had applied for a $1.3 million grant to repair the El Verde sewer main, and we were awarded that grant. So thanks to Melinda for that. And I think I did mention also that Crystal Miranda was able to get a grant for the Earthwise Living for household hazardous waste, and that's March the 2nd. So the 3rd.
No, I was going to make a change in my city manager's report.
Okay.
So Republic can't do it on the 2nd.
Okay.
They had a schedule.
But they're going to do it, but just can't be at Earthwise.
Yes, so
okay,
we're going to
that's
do
okay.
it the same day as the coffee on April 27th. That's a good date.
24th?
Or 24th.
Uh-huh,
That's
okay.
a good date for them.
Wonderful. Okay, excellent.
So we'll do it from 8, so an hour before the coffee and an hour after the coffee. So people can go deliver your household and come to the coffee, or leave the coffee and go
Okay,
to household
great.
hazardous waste.
All right, and then just lastly, we had our strategic planning meeting last Saturday, 2 Saturday meetings in a row, and we did have some citizen participation. And I wanted to thank the staff for being here and the citizens who did show, and of course the council. We do have a follow-up meeting from last Saturday's strategic planning meeting to February 24th, and we're going to continue the discussion on vision and mission statement after we have a meeting that morning with the hydrologist regarding the Heapner Creek erosion flood control project. So I just wanted to add that. Okay, that's it from Lake Wobegon. Anyone else have an announcement that they'd like to make? Okay, seeing no one? Anyone? Yes, Counselor Campos.
Mayor,
Yes.
you've touched on this, but I do want to thank the staff for the town hall meeting. It was a lot of work. It was a success because of your efforts, so I want to thank you. And also, thank you again for showing up last Saturday for the retreat. It was fantastic. We have our homework as counselors, and so
Sure
we look
do.
forward to turning in something of value for our citizens. Also wanted to hopefully everyone has received the flyer for the bulk pickup. Crystal, can you remind everyone what the dates are for that?
February 27th? Something like, I just got mine today in the mail.
Hold on.
Yeah. Or was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. 8 by 8 by 8,
February 19th through 25th.
I'll see your.
19th to the 25th. But the pickup starts that Monday, right?
Actually, a little early.
Yeah.
Yeah, collection begins, place items at your curb February 19th to the 25th, and collection begins on February 26th at 7 a.m.
26th. Okay, there you go. Wonderful.
So just wanted to point that out.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, yes, Counselor Martinez, you have something.
Would, if possible, I've had people complain about the brush pickup so early in the year. They would like to have it moved into March sometime, so we can explore that next year. I know we moved it to February because of the oak wilt, but maybe we should look in moving it back to March.
Okay.
And then we'll have a meeting again and we'll move it back to February.
Yeah, so noted. Yeah, okay. Sounds good. Okay, very good. All right. If there's no other announcements by the counselors, then we will move to the city manager's report. Dr. Caldera.
Yes, so just a really quick announcement. We found out that why we're getting fleas and critters in the Kinman house, somebody is leaving bowls of like cat food to feed the stray cats. So you will see some signs and some stuff on Facebook to not feed the cats because the cats aren't the only ones eating the food. And so they're going in the buildings and they're leaving bowls and litter boxes at the library annex, the Kinman house. And it used to be by the record storage building in the conference center, and it's causing us a great deal of problems over there. And so you'll see posts, I'm sure residents will call because we do participate in the TNR, but TNR has nothing to do with leaving bowls of food out or they're litter boxes I don't understand because they're feral cats, but people are leaving litter boxes out for these cats. And then I think somebody's prying underneath the houses of the annex and the Kinman house so the cats have somewhere to go to sleep, and we keep putting the stuff back. And so we'll be taking a look at what's going on, but
Okay.
you will probably get, I know there's some cat lovers out there that want to continue to feed the cats, but we'll be removing and throwing away all of those bowls of food. So we're just asking the general public to please not feed the cats.
Okay, thank you.
I did post, as promised, the fire memo in regards to the Sunview fire on the city website, and I've sent that all to the council. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Even though we're not having household hazardous waste at Earthwise, we're still having the e-waste, so you can bring your batteries and your computers. That will be happening on Earthwise Living Day. And that concludes my city manager's report, and it's outside and online as well.
I just had a question. I've had some, is the cafe, Poppy's Cafe going to be opening, or is it already open? I haven't
If
seen
they
it.
could stop feeding the cats, yeah.
Okay, so that's what's preventing that cafe from being opened is the animals.
Continue to get in there. They are doing some renovations and they're pulling some permits to do some stuff on the inside, so they're going to be delayed a little bit longer to make it easier for them to operate in the building. But they're paying the rent.
Okay,
And
all right.
so, but they are a little concerned about the critters continuing to get into that building.
And are they, or will they also have a sign?
Yeah, they'll get a
Okay,
sign.
because there's not a sign up yet. Okay,
A little bit on delay, but partly our fault because we couldn't get rid. We still are having some issues with the critters.
all right, very good. Thank you. All right, any other questions for Dr. Caldera on her city manager's report? Okay, seeing no other questions, let's move to the consent agenda. Item number 6, 6.1 to 6.3. Any city council member wish to remove an item for discussion? Seeing no one, may I have a motion and a second to
So
approve?
move.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Roscoe and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to approve the consent agenda as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then we move to the regular agenda, item number 7.1. Let me read that, and Ms. Postole will be presenting. Discussion and possible action on a resolution of the City Council of the City of Leon Valley ordering and establishing procedures for a general election in the City of Leon Valley, Texas, to elect 3 council members, places 2, 4, and the office of the mayor by the qualified voters of the City of Leon Valley, authorizing the city manager to sign a joint election agreement with the Bexar County Elections Administrator for the conduct of said elections, and providing details relating to the conduct of holding the election, authorizing the use of the Leon Valley City Council chambers and the Leon Valley Conference Center on the 4th day of May 2024 for Election Day voting, and the use of the Leon Valley Conference Center located at 6421 Evers Road, Leon Valley, Texas 78238 for early voting April 22nd, 2024 through April 30th, 2024. Now, does somebody need to read this in Spanish?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I would butcher it, and I'm so sorry. So thank you. And
I
good
think we've only
evening.
had one person try to do that, and that was several years ago. But
Yeah,
no, it's
I
not
think I
necessary.
remember that, yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, Ms. Postley, we're glad you're here, so if you'll
Thank
begin your
you, and good
presentation. Thank you.
evening.
And
I
we
will
are-
say I just heard a typo. We are not using chambers. That shouldn't have been in there. We haven't used chambers for voting for many years because it's too small and too busy in here.
Okay, so it's all going to be at the conference
Yeah.
center?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
So again, this is to call the May 4th, 2024 general election for mayor, council place 2 and 4. Also to designate Jackie Callanan as your elections administrator, and to authorize the city manager to sign that agreement, and to authorize the staff to use the conference center for both early voting and election day. This is a joint election, and the joint election makes it more convenient for citizens to vote because I'm sorry, did I say that? Yeah, it makes voting more convenient for the citizens, and because they can go anywhere in the county. Early voting begins April 22nd and runs through April 30th. Election day, of course, is May 4th, and polls will be open from 7 to 7. The county is responsible for doing the publication, and they do it in all of the normal places that we've done for many years, the Echo, Express News, etc. And let's see, so you can vote by mail, which if you plan to do that, you need to register by April 23rd. And you can vote at curbside, and I have more details on that. If anyone's interested, I'm happy to help them with that. And of course, in person. And something just happened. But that's okay, because that's the end of my
Okay,
presentation.
Very good. Sandra, what is our budget for this
We do
election?
$8,000
$8,000.
per election, so it's 16 per election, in case you were to call, like we have 8 for the general.
Okay.
And then we also set aside 8 for, in case you were to have called a special.
Okay.
And then we do that same 8,000 in the fall for November.
Okay. But if there's a lot of elections, which you listed them in our book, then
Right.
our cost is reduced?
Correct. So every entity, that's SAWS, it's the school district, it's all of them, they're all on here now, but some will drop off, you
I
know,
see.
if the city can cancel their election because they're all unopposed, that kind of thing. So it changes. So I won't have that figure for you until after the ballot is.
Okay. All right. Very good. All right. I was just curious how much we budgeted for that.
We've
Thank
never
you.
met that budget. I mean, we've come close with like charter amendments and things like that, but yeah, we've been okay.
Okay. Very good. Any other questions for Sandra? This is a resolution, and we are able to vote on this resolution this evening. Yes.
I'll make a motion that we approve this as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Stevens, and we have a second by Councilor Orozco to approve the resolution calling for the May 4th election as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you so much. I appreciate your efforts. All right, then moving then to agenda item number 7.2. Presentation, discussion, and possible action to purchase a 1-year subscription to Placer.ai software for the Economic Development Department. And we have Roque Salinas, our Director of Economic Development, to present this evening, and welcome. We
Well,
appreciate
good evening, Mayor and Council.
Yes.
So the software that we're using that we would like to get a subscription to is called Pacer AI. Essentially, it is a cell phone tracking software that can be used for multiple reasons and for multiple functions. Your options here are to approve or deny the request for us to purchase this equipment. The funding, it was not budgeted. It was not a budgeted item, but we do have some contractual savings where we can, basically buy this item for this year or for at least 12 months. Again, like I said, mostly uses cell phone data. The department will use it for multiple reasons. So we will use it internally to recruit businesses. It has a nice set of software that we can use, a lot of recruitment tools. If you look at your packet, they actually gave us an example for a grocery store in the state of New Jersey and how they were able to recruit that grocery store to show that you're not going to be stealing revenue away from that grocery store. We put another location here. Traffic-wise, it shows your demographics. If we meet those demographics for that business, and puts us in a really good place to pitch the city and a location for those big box stores. Typically, what happens is that when we make a pitch to these individuals or these businesses, they have their own economic staff, and we really need to get our foot in the door to pitch the location, and then they go back there and do the research themselves. If we can do that part ourselves and at least help them push them a little further, that's really what we want to use the software for, to show them that you don't need to dig any further. Your demographics are met. Your customer that you use anywhere else in Dallas, Houston, New York City, your age, your income, education level, all that is there. We meet that quota, that demographic, and that's really the report that we want to generate to show them that Leon Valley is a place to kind of open up a new location for them here. On the second, on the strategic side, to help businesses, if you are in Leon Valley, we would like to open it up to you. If you are a large retail store, or if you're just a retailer in general in Leon Valley and you've been open for roughly around 6 months or so, if you want a report, we'll be more than happy to open up that report for you. That report will show you, again, same information, where your clients are coming from, how much money they're making, where they're at. I'm going to use a car wash as an example just because that was on the agenda tonight. If you're opening up a new car wash or if you already have an established car wash for a year, we can run a report to show them where their clientele is. If they want to advertise for larger, new client promotions, if everyone is in one circle, right, the cell phone data shows that they come from here, they don't need to market new client promotions there. They need to go to a separate area, right? And that's really effective when the businesses need to run advertising for marketing, right? Typically, when you do marketing, it's a blanket. Let's see what we can catch. This will be a little bit of a better program for them, so they can do a little bit of better targeting. I have a video for you guys so you can see what it pretty much is, and you can guys take a look at it.
Oops, sorry, hold on.
Instantly generate actionable insights about retail properties. Whether you're analyzing an investment, maximizing leasing efforts, choosing the next location for your chain, or trying to understand how you stack up against the competition, Placer lets you see what is really happening offline. So, how does it work? We aggregate anonymized location data from millions of mobile devices and leverage the most advanced tools in AI, machine learning, and data science. This lets our team provide hundreds of large companies with the visibility they need to succeed offline. Get the full story at your fingertips. Placer AI.
So again, it does a lot of economic research for us. The very basic that we're looking at is pretty much a retail kind of marketing ploy that they can do. But they also do leakage reports, so we can have that added into the agreement or as a request. There's no extra cost for that. If you want to see leakages when people leave the city to go buy stuff, we can also see where they're coming in to buy things. So, obviously the aquarium is a big outside factor where people from San Antonio are coming in, so we get to see that as well. So again, it's very powerful tool. We're excited about it. Other cities dying to have it. We actually have a really good deal with them, $12,000. Other cities, it goes by the size of the city, so other cities are probably double, triple what we're looking at, something like Converse or Cibolo. So there is no geofencing. We can run any report throughout the country, so it's a very powerful tool. The funding will come from two sources, like I said. It's savings from our budget. The first one is $5,000 from our contractual savings. Again, if you read the MNC, we had a deal with SizeUp. Before I even got here, that agreement was a 3-year deal. We had some issues with the contract, and we really didn't like them. So we sent a termination letter. Some of the numbers between us and them, the dates-wise, were kind of blurry. So just to make sure we weren't having a shortfall, we budgeted for that. After my conversations with them in October, when we wrote the check, or we were going to write the check, they told us we already paid for the 3rd year in agreement back in May. So they started in May, from May 23 to May 24. That's our 3-year commitment. We were paid. We're done. So that number has been kind of set off. We don't have to pay that anymore. We're already done with that contract. So that $5,000, that part of that's going to come from here. The second part is going to come from our economic development project funding. Throughout the budget process, we pitched to council and was approved in the budget scholarships for John Marshall High School students. When we brought it forward, the city attorney provided an opinion, said that's not the proper use for that. They don't see it as a common good. So we didn't go forward with that. That is where the other $7,000 will come from. So this is not a new expense to the budget. It's just a different expense, right? We're going to spend this money regardless. But again, it's something that we can do there. And as you can see in the MNC report, we ran one for the Raymond Rinkus Park. I think we had, and you can see the giant spike there is on 4th of July, but I think it shows that we had 217,000 visitors to the park throughout 2023. Here's our heat map. So as we were talking last week, the park is not solely for Leon Valley residents. We have a lot of people from different areas coming into the park. We keep going down. We keep going down too. Again, we get demographics, household size, household income, gender, things like that, education level, where they come from before, which is really, really important, right? Where they're coming from before. Most of them are coming from home, but some of them do come from the gym, where they go after. A lot of them go to the Dairy Queen, back home, HEB. So a lot of that data is showing, for a park like ours, not very important, right? But for a business, it shows where they're coming from, right? Is it part of a shopping spree, or are they just coming to you? Are you the main target? So that's kind of the thing that can be beneficial to them, where they're going after, the busiest day of the year, the busiest time of your business. So again, all that information is very important to businesses. And then traffic thing, here's a Staples, Trader Joe's in New Jersey that they helped recruit. Again, shows no cannibalism. So just because we put a store in the middle doesn't mean that we're gonna eat up our own sales. So that's good as well. Our demographic report, how strong the business is, right? What Trader Joe's looks for in an individual, and what the shoppers in that area are there, right there. So we're kind of already matching them. So we're kind of tying a nice little bow to show them that everything that you need is already here. And this is a separate report that we would run internally. It's not a report we would turn over to the public, but this is something that I would use for recruitment process and doing that. But again, that's kind of where the money came from. That's kind of what the program is. Well, again, just trying to get feedback if you guys want to go forward with it.
Okay, very good. I'm just struck by how much information you can get from the cell phone. I mean, that's just incredible. And I'm thinking about on Sundays at the park, it's huge. I mean, there's so many people. They're playing baseball. So every one of those people have a cell phone, right? So this is where you're getting the data from.
Yes, it's mostly the apps that you guys have. So
yeah, wow. I'm just
the more apps you download.
Yeah. Oh, the more apps you download. Okay, very good. So yes, sir. Councilor Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I think this is very insightful, especially when you talked about, the data from 4th of July. Definitely could be useful for businesses and stuff. And I like that it's, a 1-year contract. Ideally, you want to sign in multi-year, but that's after you kind of have proven that it works and it's useful. So I think it's a good idea to do a 1 year and kind of see was it worth it, right?
Well, that was our problem with Size Up. You know, when I took over, I didn't realize we signed a 3-year agreement with
Multi-year
it.
contract,
Yeah.
see, and sometimes you do
And
that and you get into trouble, so,
And it wasn't beneficial. We knew after the first year it wasn't.
right. So I think it's a good idea to
And
go for the 1 year.
Also, I just want to point out, I know that there was a question on the last meeting where the finance director came up here and you saw the spending from year to year in my department go up in the first quarter. So something we want to avoid, and me working in finance with the city of Waco, is that when you have contracts, you should pay them at the beginning of the fiscal year. So a lot of the contracts that we have, including Size Up, were paid in May. Some of them were paid in August. Some of them paid in December. So we figured all that out. Every contract that we signed for a 1-year agreement was paid at the beginning of the fiscal year because that is what should be done. I mean, that's if you have a 1-year agreement for the fiscal year, it should be paid at the beginning of the fiscal year. So that's one of the reasons that, you know, you saw a huge jump in that, but it's going to decline as you go forward. And that was one of the reasons that Size Up was kind of convoluted. Neither I nor them could provide us a date. They went through a lot of digging to provide us a date of May, whatever date it was, May 15th or May 10th is when the previous director signed the agreement, and that's when we wrote the check. So I thought we were free and clear at the beginning when I got here. That's not the case until this May, right? So that's exactly what happened.
Very good. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Orozco.
Thank you, Mr. Salinas. This is a great presentation. I understand the mechanics of it. Help me understand more.
Okay.
How do they know there was 217,000 people at the park?
So
how do they get that data? And how is it that you're going to use this data to enhance your department?
So they go by your cell phone, the tracking of your cell phone. So if I'm sure no one reads the terms and conditions. So they track you, right? If you have an app, they'll track you. And what happens is that this report of 217,000 is through a year. It's not just one, through a whole calendar year. So they're bringing in the visits. That is what they're tracking. Throughout the year, that location had 217,000 visits. Is it new people or is it the same people? We don't know that yet. But on a basis report, that's what we got. 217,000 phones went there in one calendar year. The way that we want to use it for our businesses is that when you buy a phone, when you sign up for a credit card, when you do online banking, when you do any services where you think it's free, it's really not free, right? When you go to CVS and they ask you for your zip code, they're asking you for a reason, right? So they're tracking you because it's free. Nothing in the world is free. They're collecting information. This company then goes to those cell phone providers and says, I want that information. So somebody like me, right, who banks on my phone, goes to the park, they know my age, they know more or less what I'm looking at, they know where I went to college because if I have donated something to college, something like that. So it's all on your phone. You're giving up a lot of information when you're using your phone, and they get that information back to us. This is just a nice report that we can use for businesses. The fact of the matter is, right, is that when you advertise to certain businesses, most businesses just throw out a blanket advertising. They're spending a lot of money on advertising. This will help you be a little bit more targeted on what you're going to go after. So if your 70% of your customers are male, right, are you okay with that? Or do you have a lot of female products that need to be sold? Do we need to do a special for that? If a lot of your products, right, video games, obviously you think your target demographic is going to be younger individuals, but then what have you seen someone in the 55 and up come into your thing? Maybe one of you want to go into that demographic. So a lot of that stuff is really what they need to look at. It becomes more efficient. If most of your people are coming in between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m., there's no reason to open at 2 p.m. There's nobody there, right? So a lot of those businesses learn as they go, but it costs them money to learn. El Monte, for example, was only open Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? He learned that if he's open Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, not a lot of people go on Tuesday. So he learned that the hard way. He made that decision. He cut his losses, and he only opens Thursday to Sunday. So if we can help him with that and be more efficient, that's what the businesses should do, right? If no one's going realistically on a Tuesday and you see those numbers are really low on Tuesday, but everything else is really open, there's no reason for you to be open on Tuesday. They can see that on paper and make that decision for themselves.
Right.
Oh, how would it help me? Okay.
You're going to use this to enhance your department?
Sure. So if we go back to the report, the one for Trader Joe's. So this is a report that they run for businesses that we select. I won't name a name just because I don't want to throw anything out there, but let's say we go ABC Grocer, right? Obviously, there is a need for a grocery store on Bandera Road somehow, some way, but are we going to target HEB? Probably not, because there's one of them on Bandera and there's another one on Gilbo, and there's another one on Babcock. This report, if we were to target them and we say, hey, you put an HEB right here on Bandera Road and Seneca, let's go with that one, the report, the cannibalism shows right here that, hey, maybe there is a market for you to build an HEB here without you having to lose customers on Bandera or on Babcock. Same thing with Walmart, right? There's a Walmart over here, there's a Walmart over there. So those are the things that they need to do for us to make that pitch. If those companies are not there and we run this report and we see it, right, HEB is not a market for us. If they're going to lose a cannibalism of 40%, they're going to lose 40% of the customers if we build it here. That's not a smart investment for them. Let's not target HEB. Let's target, and I sound like I'm going to say a grocer, but let's not target HEB. Let's not target Walmart, right? We need to go a different route. So once we do find that grocer or that store, we can show them this report. Look, there is an apple market here. People got to eat. The demographics fit. And your store is not in the area where you're going to take customers from this store to the next store. And that's the report that they want to see. Because right now what we do is that we pitch locations, they take a look at it with the data that we have, and then they have to run the report themselves. So I would like to have that report already run for them so that they can see that this market is, the location that we're presenting is already efficient for them and kind of speed up the process.
So that's a recruitment tool.
It
for
would be a
you.
recruitment tool,
Yeah.
yes. And would also be a tool for the businesses. So we're also aiding the businesses in that field of data and research and things like that.
Anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Salinas.
Thank you. Mr. Campos and then Mr. Martinez.
Mr. Salinas, thank you for your presentation, very insightful. And I want to commend you in finding this tool, and I'm supporting this idea. It would be helpful if you could come back and maybe give us a briefing later on, 6 months later, to say, hey, the tool that we approved, this is what we've achieved so far. This is kind of results we've had as an idea. And then for a budget planning, this is $12,000 we're getting from two different areas. But when I read the contract, in the terms, the additional terms, it says that this contract automatically renews. And so I think we ought to be mindful and maybe put a line in the budget for this so that when we come to our budget, we'll know whether you have money for this going for another year, if you so choose. You might tell us it wasn't worth it, but at least it would be the trigger that says, you know what, I have to cancel this 30 days before the term ends.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
What Councilor just mentioned is in a lot of contracts, and I typically will line out the auto renew provisions, and so I would highly recommend that. Second is, have you looked at any of the other companies that provide the same type of service? Like, there's I forget where I wrote it down. There's several other companies that do the same thing. Have you looked at the other companies and compared what their offerings are and the prices?
Yes. So there's a significant amount of other companies. A lot of them are going to be in the higher end, probably close to $40,000 to $50,000. Wow. This one does a little bit more work with economic development, cities and corporations, and it's based on the size of your town. The other corporations, the other companies that we're looking at, don't care how big you are, whether you are us or whether you are Walmart. The price is the same. So this corporation that we're looking at here is very common with economic development corporations. The organization that we're in, Greater SATX, other cities I know for a fact are looking at it, and other cities I know for a fact are going to pay more, and they're not going to get it because of the cost. The cost is significantly higher than what we're paying.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that you did some comparison. Thank you.
Yes, Counselor Stevens.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I fully support this item. I saw its usefulness, I believe, when you showed us some of the July 4th information and just how it could be utilized for business. The possibilities seem rather endless. I think it'll be interesting to see what kind of results you can in the applicability for businesses in the area and for yourself as far as attracting people that aren't here. I think it'll be interesting even to see things like how many people from Leon Valley are leaving to go to the Chick-fil-A right outside, the new Chick-fil-A right outside of Leon Valley. That type of thing
Yeah.
will be, I see the staff there
I
quite
have,
often.
I have Tourette's when you say Chick-fil-A. I'm just,
Yeah.
we're being recorded.
So close.
Yeah.
We were at number 2 on their list to come
Uh-huh.
in Leon Valley,
Yeah.
and they chose that location. So
Yeah.
you watch the emails between Roque and the Chick-fil-A, they get funny.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
The parking lot probably is why
It
they.
was a couple
But yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see I mean, there's like the opportunities I think are just endless with that as far as seeing where residents go as well. And then seeing what people that come from outside come into Leon Valley to do will be valuable. But I like Councilman Campos's idea of presenting some type of follow-up, you know, in the middle of the year or something, and just kind of keep the council, and whether that's in, you know, presentation form like this or just an email to the council. I think it'll be very valuable to see how you're using it.
There you go. Great. All right. Anything else? So what is the pleasure of the council? We are able to vote on this agenda item tonight.
I make a motion. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll second it.
Okay, all right. We have a motion by Councilor Campos and a second by Councilor Martinez to approve the purchase of a one-year subscription to Placer AI software for the Economic Development Department. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, Mr. Salinas, and we're all anxiously awaiting the results of this new tool that we're going to use in our city. All right, moving then to agenda item 7.3, presentation and discussion on an ordinance authorizing a fiscal year 2023-2024 general fund budget adjustment in the amount of $5,000 for the purpose of increasing the city manager and city council department budget to settle the lawsuit between Frederick versus the City of Leon Valley. This is the first read, so there'll be no vote tonight, but we can approve it at the next meeting. So, City Manager Caldera.
Yes, so this is basically a housekeeping item. You technically had the money in your budget, but y'all wanted to be transparent with the community and let them know we did finally settle this lawsuit. It began back in 2019 after our city attorney left the City of Leon Valley. She did sue the city, and we did go into mediation. The lawsuit was settled by our insurance company for the amount of $95,000 from the insurance company and $5,000 from the City of Leon Valley. So we are responsible for $5,000 of that amount, and this is the budget adjustment in order to secure those funds.
Okay, very good. Any questions for the manager on this agenda item?
Can this item go on consent at the next
Yes.
meeting?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's put it on
And so I'll
consent.
put it on consent on the 20th of February. So we will do that. Okay, thank you very much. Yes. Mr. Mata, good evening and welcome.
Yeah, I know most of this is spoken, deliberated about in executive session, but I think it might be smart for you guys at some point to, whether it's a Lions Roar article or another town hall or another council meeting, to speak to the public about this lawsuit. I think a lot of people are.
Okay, and I'm going to suggest, okay, can you hear me, please? This is Robin Cross. I'm your city attorney for the evening. I'm board certified in labor and employment law and have been probably since 1993 in my county. If you want to discuss this matter, I suggest we do it in executive session under legal advice. I do not suggest that you have this
I'm not a council member. I'm a member of the public, ma'am.
ongoing.
Yes. Thank you, Robin.
If you want to have a criminal, if the motion on the item on your agenda for this evening, respectfully, is a budget amendment as opposed to a town hall.
Wait, ma'am, excuse me.
She can't.
You want to have a town hall live.
Shut
And
up.
I would suggest at that point, I mean, I don't know that it's been dismissed.
Can you let her know it's a member of the public speaking? I don't appreciate being interrupted.
Oh, I'm
Ma'am.
trying to message her. Robin, that we're in the citizens to be heard portion. This is just a member of the citizens speaking for their 3 minutes.
Annoying. So anyways, yeah.
Well, the citizens to be heard is in the nature of, shall we say, a
Ma'am.
monologue. That's the nature of public comment as opposed to a dialogue, and I recognize that
Who is
the
this?
council members like to be able to address the citizens when they come to the particular item, but the item that's on the agenda respectfully is a budget amendment.
We have an executive in the next
Not a
meeting to
town
discuss
hall.
it.
I leave that up to the council that's sitting here to decide whether or not I should be able to speak on this subject. So I don't really appreciate you interrupting me. Anyways, it's my.
I apologize, but it's my job.
Please stop interrupting me. I'm a member of the public. I'm not on the dais. I would really appreciate it. So anyways, I think that it's unfortunate we're at this point and you guys are in this position. And I think that the citizens deserve to know a little more about this lawsuit. Is this something that you guys decided to settle? Is this something that TML decided to settle? Why did this, where was the credibility in the suit? I mean, and did you guys determine if this was something that needed to be settled, or did you just go on the recommendations of the TML attorney or the city attorney? But these things need to be discussed in open. I think, we've been here before with lawsuits, and it's good for the public to know. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mata.
Mayor, I just
Yes.
have one slight
Go
comment.
right ahead.
Because it was settled in mediation, there's some confidentiality stuff involved in mediation.
Mhm.
That's why it can't be discussed in open session. But we can certainly talk a little bit offline. So it's just the way.
All right. Yes, Counselor Stevens.
Yeah, I'd say that I don't even know who that attorney was. If we've ever met
need to
them.
talk- we're talking about that in your executive session. this
Okay,
evening, and it's on for
so
an
we
executive
shouldn't allow
session.
them to interrupt our meeting if they don't have any idea what our rules of decorum are.
Th-
That's
there
all
were-
I'm going to say.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Anything else? All right, we will move then to agenda item number 8, requests from members of City Council to add items to future agendas. Is there anyone on the dais that has a future agenda item? I had an email today, or this week, from citizen who participated in the town hall and asked if we had a weak tree ordinance, because citizens are going nuts over all these trees being cut on Evers and Huebner. So she's asking, do we need to revisit
You have a
the...
strong tree ordinance, y'all gave variances.
Well, that's what I told her. I said, I'm almost sure we have a strong tree ordinance, but the reason the trees came down was the developer asked for a variance. So anyway, I said I would bring it up, and I think I'll even send her a copy of the tree ordinance.
Okay,
So,
so that's not a future agenda?
no, I
item?
just wanted to bring it up because the citizen asked me to bring it up.
Can you send me that citizens
I
information? I'll
certainly
send-
will.
and I'll send
I
for the
certainly
tree
will.
ordinance.
I certainly will. Anything else? So, just, all righty, very good. All right, then we will move then to agenda item number 9. The City Council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following. Number 1, pursuant to Texas Government Code Chapter 551, Section 551.072, deliberations on real property, 6503 Samaritan Drive, Leon Valley, Texas, 78238, CB 4430, P-15, 2.137 acres, P-16 6.391 acres, and P-16A 1 acre, ABS 432, various parcels located William Rancher, Grass Hill, Samaritan, and Age Drive, BCAD parcel identification numbers 217816, 217817, 217818, 217819, 217820, 2178 281-217-838, 217-840, 217-843, for a total of 21 acres. That's the first agenda item. The second agenda item is pursuant to Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Section 551.071. Consultation with counsel on legal matters to receive legal advice regarding a legal matter regarding personnel matters. So, at approximately 7:15, the council will move into executive session. Thank you. We stand in recess.
It's not what you think. She's a personnel attorney for executive session. She wasn't your attorney for the night. Megan's, because she had access to that's why I said it's a non-issue.
Yeah, she should have had a hot mic.
Well, I had her on, she just unmuted herself.
Yeah, that was quite ridiculous. Sorry, Eric.
No problem. Well, she took up most of the stuff. I had the plan. It's like telling the citizen, shut up, don't reveal our secrets. Big deal. What were you saying? How are y'all doing that? How are y'all doing? Yeah, we got it. I'm trying to remember before the end of the year.
Done a lot of work right now, nothing in the pipe. Division 5, you know they split us.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Division 5's done a lot of work in the pipe. But 15, we don't have another. We got plenty of instruments now. Fortunately, 5's got enough work for both of us. So it'll be like back in 11 and 14 split. Mark Ferris. Good to meet you.
We got all kinds of stuff. Electric ATF Lewis test. That's what. Hey, have you heard anything from Barry Westmoreland? You know, I talked to him from time to time. We talk about him. I haven't heard about it since he left. No, I don't know where. That was it. I never heard it.
Well, I used to know him a lot better, but our common friend left. You're on here yet?
He used to be an 8, and then he went over to 3. Yeah. But years ago, we used to work at the same level. In fact, I used to have he had Suzuki. I had a KT1000.
Okay. So I used to drag race?
Well, he got into it a lot more seriously than I did. He was pretty good. So yeah, and then he went over to 3. But then he I always thought it was because he didn't want to take it. One time we had deadline where it's like I haven't heard that.
We lost one good software engineer.
Yep. Anyway. Yeah, no, I haven't heard that. I like it. was a very quiet guy, but he was
He was fun after work.
He was. Yeah, he was.
No shortage of entertainment.
That's not my. I don't know where he went. I don't know after he left. I don't know where he went. I heard he left. I didn't know there was no. Maybe they had something in his area.
Why are you here this week?
Well, we live over here in Seneca. This is our subdivision right here. Yeah, right across the street from me.
Okay.
Yes, you know, all this is, mainly this part, this is all undeveloped. There's a park right here. It used to be totally undeveloped, and they put this, they cleared it all off. I mean, I don't know if it's small of this or what. No, I didn't, but she did.
Oh, you missed the home day.
Yeah, I heard it was pretty good.
So, developers, one already has all this under contract.
Yeah.
Lodge.
Okay. They own all this.
Yeah. What was the handle of the town? Oh, yeah, phenomenal.
My concern is that because right now there's only two ways in and out of it. And honestly, we don't have a lot of through traffic. Maybe people that live there. But if they were to own up a little like that, they would have all kinds of people cutting clear. You know, when they put in this subdivision, they wanted to put in a road right there. It would be a shortcut. So they didn't. When they put this ditch in, they said they weren't going to zone this. So the city owns this part. They keep this part and don't put a road. I guess if they build it, I mean, this is private property. Shipley's down and said we walk down to the farm. It used to be cool, and before they put that ditch, it was a nice little creek back in there. It was kind of a nice little road. Yeah, we go back and pull rocks and water and stuff like that. Of course, that's gone now. It's all big concrete.
And I get a kick because they only built up to here.
Yeah.
And then it goes, wait. Yeah.
It goes right there.
And we go up to here,
Yeah.
and then it goes back to that narrow bridge.
Yeah, so we go back in there with the creek there, it's kind of cool, you know, with those logs across there. Yeah, so it's kind of a nice little road. This road here, this road off Seneca where it goes, I mean, this is like a one-lane road. And they built that ditch, they put it in there, right? So to widen this, yeah. Yeah, I would think they would run it straight through and rip up this ditch that they just built. Bridge, I guess, I don't know what they're gonna do.
I don't know why they just didn't do it.
I know.
Al, you ever talk to Al?
No, is that the guy who's here?
No, this is Sharon and, Sharon's a sweetheart. Yeah, I live right here.
Oh, okay, in the cul-de-sac?
Yeah, well, this one, right here, there's a little, this,
Oh,
I've seen you out here, I'm the one who walks the dog.
okay, I'm not here, golf.
Yeah,
driver. But now I say, now, if you're coming to work, it was nice, but yeah, I mean, they quite a lot of land. I mean, hopefully, Michigan can see all of it go back.
Well, they gotta, that's the problem, is they're gonna have to go under with the tiller. There's still a lot of base material, right here.
Yeah.
And they're gonna have to go dig it up, and there's a ton of good dirt. They don't. All the dirt they dug out,
Yeah.
it's all dumped on Al's land
Oh,
back
yeah,
here.
right. Is he the one that owns the horses?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they've got plenty of good dirt. They just nothing to the road until they
Compacted. No, I have to take one of those. Yeah, so I like that little, because it's a nice institution. I didn't see the plans of the plan.
focus mostly on diesels and automatic transmissions.
I do, I'm over the instrumentation computer thing, so we do all kinds of, passenger car motor oils. That's our big business is that, oil additives. Heavy duty testing. Especially anybody who wants to test it. Yeah, we're putting in a heavy duty piece of hydrogen. We know there's a gigantic hydrogen tank. In fact, Don was here this week. So, we have to do a lot, there's a whole bunch of safety precautions that tie into this.
I noticed down at the main shop, there's a lot of the new 42.5 liter motors. All switching over to those for testing, or they're modifying that. They've got valve covers, they've got.
Yeah. We have, general Ford EcoBoost, we have that engine. The big Ford V8s, we have two of our. One of the four cylinders, there's a camera test on it. They use a. I don't know. They change those around. You know what they're. There's a whole series of tests. And all those tests. Other companies, they have to come in and they have to pass all those tests. Kind of a balance. They want a real thin oil.
I've already seen this, but my brother bought one of the new. I think Therotella T6, 15W40. No, the manual says to buy this other oil.
GM has their own qualifications, their own category. Dexos.
Yeah.
Dexos.
It was pretty good.
Right, how can you have a zero weight oil?
Well, not with all the diesel suit.
Yeah.
And sure enough, they're running 1,000.
Yeah, no, those, you have to put that in from the start. But if you want to qualify the two special sheet, I think that most formulators, they want to try to do both. Yeah, just like the next line, you know, the transmission.
I would have never thought anybody would have tried to run.
Those diesels, it's like a $10,000 upgrade. All the aftertreatment stuff, it's incredible. I mean, they cleaned it up, and all the different components. Very expensive too, because all these components have to like self-test themselves and report themselves. You know, so
I ran across a,
yeah.
so that one, I went over and I put the hood open and it's got all the tier 4.
Yes, it's,
And now I'm like, yeah, I don't want to.
from California.
Okay, let's say
potential buyers. That's what's so wrong. The potential buyers. You know, they're out there open with their California. I'm looking to get a new, I have a Ford Fusion, I'm looking to get. I like a car, I mean, I have a F-150 truck. I wanted another car, I want a Ford, the only car that could. Or a Bronco, or a. Ours isn't more, and I think it's for the emissions. They don't have the same emissions. Like usually, but. That Ford does, you know. A lot of these companies bought all in, went all in with some new stuff. Putting the brakes, yeah, we're gonna fold. And, I saw a video last week that like they're an extra 3,000. Except Toyota. Toyota's the only one that's kind of not going on. They're going in that, which I always think is hybrid vehicles are going to be kind of like so much of the world that doesn't have infrastructure. That's been kind of Toyota's one. I mean, Toyota.
Well, I don't think Toyota's.
They're not trying to do. Well, yeah, they're giving people what they want. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at Toyota. I've had Fords forever.
Yeah, I guess that would make it.
Well, they can decide not to. But what? Number 2 is a word salad. I don't even know what that. Over in the air? Yes, it left the city for some reason. Yeah, he bought that whole farm. Their insurance, I guess, the city's insurance is going to be 95,000. West is west of there, right? No, I'm here for the same reason. So. You need to build residential stuff. Oh, they have. I mean, they want to do more. Well, which is you gotta be careful. My concern is that they, big factor is what you're talking about. Right, it does not. When they built the weed, and all this was wilderness here. We got this strip, what do we do with it? And then what we did on this one strip. they're gonna grow up, have a couple kids. Anybody lives there?
Oh, the one right? It's a little short. Yeah, I don't know. It's, I'm sorry, the other side. No, at the end of the street, 3 down from. Yeah, it's a little hard to get question. The lady out there. I used to see her a lot more. Why is that better? I mean, doesn't it kind of come and go?
I don't know. I haven't been.
Remember seeing it.
I thought it was, because one time I saw the 2 ladies. Ladies live in the house just across the street.
Right. Yeah, I've seen that already across the street too. It's like,
But I've never really put it together, like, they both live in that house, and I know that. But why did they park their RV over there?
maybe those people live in front of it.
I met the family that bought the new house on the.
No, sorry, no, playing with his dog in your garage.
I want to stop and say hi to him, but every time I'm either going to work or I'm coming back and ready to get home.
I saw him, I almost thought, hey, you need to come to the city council. You know what they were doing, when they were doing fireworks presentation? You're trying to alternate fireworks location. Video. Apparently they went back on some American. The video from the park looking at. You know, they're kind of worried.
Like deer, when they die, they don't all collect together. Yeah. They caught this on fire, this field on fire.
One time I was at this park with my grandson.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Older.
Shane was our homeless. So homeless got into our house, and another person was interested. And then we showed up, and somehow looked kind of like crazy, talking to himself.
There's one guy that's crashing underneath the desk. Lots of problems.
Right, gone through all the friends, I mean, nobody wants.
Well, it used to be. Got a little more potent nowadays.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
A little higher octane.
Yeah, yeah.
And so it's kind of like, the habit is so much harder to break now. That's what the homeless problem.
The homeless people, you know, give them a one-way bus ticket to San Antonio. I don't know, just show up like that. Oh, yeah, it's horrible. That big outside area.
Just going into San Antonio. It was really interesting. If you get on the website and download the town hall, the police chief. Very good presentation. And like, he had 46 slides. Didn't blow through. Middle State Apartments.
Oh, there's the one across the street. There's a map if you want to come on. I looked at it, and that kind of place right there by QT's, I looked at. I don't know.
Also, nothing was submitted over. Oh, record request.
Any and all residential or commercial. All. Here's the phone book.
Let's keep it. Remember our phone plan.
Not a lot of the.
I don't want to know how big. I don't even know what the.
What's their record retention policy? So I guess their new drainage bits that they put in, I guess that. Ditch has to run right through there.
It was a real improvement for his property, because originally, had a creek right here.
So
His driveway, and he never sees it.
Oh, that's, I'm sure that's got a lot of erosion.
Walk down by his house, he just grabbed whatever he could and threw it in there. So,
Just to hold it up.
yeah.
I know at one time there was 70-foot difference. Top of our street. Everything's just fun.
No. Stroller was Phyllis and woman is her husband's name.
Yeah, I talked to those two ladies.
Remember,
I don't know, I just don't know if they're walking around.
Phyllis lives up on, doesn't live here anymore. She lives.
Oh.
She lived right there. Well, she did live right there. Her kids put her in a memory care facility. Not according to one and, yeah. I saw one and, on one of those. Walk around. That was Jamie's. The minute. People get the story and start getting off on a tangent and never kind of bring it back. But no, Phyllis can tell a story from start to finish and not get. I asked Jamie when she ended up someplace she wasn't know. Which one I'm talking about?
Very good. House with the square holes in the fence. No garage.
No garage. What's the sales on?
Well, I've heard that my house.
Mamie lives right next to, when you were talking about the 70-foot drop, she's having problems with the water. In this cul-de-sac. Yeah, Mary Jameson comes here.
That's a huge, I remember when we bought our house. We bought our house and we're signing the paperwork. Had the same experience. Like, you know, we're pretty, I mean, we live in the middle of the street. We live in
I wanted to go see you, because guess what, if I got it, I tell you, I didn't get it.
Oh, really? Up in the DFW area?
The plan. So you walked over and knocked on our door. But you can actually look at them.
I would, I'd like to see them.
And I do. Yeah, it's just that I was at the doctor's office.
Yeah, I'd like to see those.
They have 4 children. I want initials to take care of them. They're grown adults. Rachel's what was it? Well, John's changing it. So you've been doing well?
They had to do a myomectomy. Yeah, that was, today's a week, because all we have is Husky is the big problem. Go for walks. That's the biggest gift for us. Or you could imagine, because they had the my mom gave me And it's like, well, if it was their manhood, you know, it would have to be a pretty big problem before we just cut that off.
I think I like the second opinion.
But yeah, they just done it so willy-nilly for so many years. We found a really good. Big fight was getting fixed. I have a kind of. Doctor was very fair. Practice the same medicine. Go to Oklahoma for 10-3. Come on, man. You know.
And you don't have to talk to Oklahoma?
Yeah, well, that was.
That could have been terrific.
Yeah, but it shocks me how.
Yeah.
Methodist might get me. Hospital, not an ICU.
Yeah.
You know. They're the people that make the doctor uses, I mean, it's a 2-hour procedure.
All the recognition.
Yeah, but the nurses.
It's your- I went, I don't know, I need to. Tell them to park their car next to mine. That's about the best we can do. And exercise, like I do the. Write the alphabet and then. They have the little walkway that all of a sudden just changes. Just where you go up to where that. Not even.
Where's the whole living room? Like sunk. It's about that far.
Right across from us, or technically, across from us. Except you have to do stairs. Park in your driveway. Stairs. It's like right on the, I just don't like coming out, you got stairs. Runway, that you know someone's gonna fall off because. We also had a lot of books.
stoplights. And I'm looking at the city of, most of the city below this sign in front of me. Look at it.
You're like, should I go into the city first?
I just thought it was
You and
funny.
I both know. I came straight home, he's like, our deal was I was gonna be.
if they're good, they are.
Yeah.
It's like when we turn Oh, now it's going by how words look. Oh, okay. That was the other thing, on the front. I could have trends before, I could have done it and looked like that. I don't have printed cards that say on the tree.
That's my church. Palm tree, you have to have palm tree died.
Oh my God. That palm tree, you could see out our window.
Oh, that's beautiful.
It's vision from the window. Charlotte gonna die. And then it lost
There used to be
everything.
an owl that used to sit up there.
Back a little bit and then it
Had someone come up and well, they didn't, I had another one where they came out with it. This one they just cut it, but it's wrong. And I think
maybe.
please correct it to say 21.
I appreciate you reminding me. Because I was like, I'm like, all on my years, but I'm pretty sure it's the way we remember it. Next year, all these people are gonna show up. We told it to my dad about 5 years ago. My dad did not do it.
No, I'm pretty sure.
I thought you were going to say she like.
Back when the old man owned it. Dad sold it. Dad tried to. Well, we did. Well, the problem was, no. This has been all in the last couple of years. Yeah. No, the problem is that field that you pointed out. We had one dog. We had another dog. You did. That I picked up at the institute. People.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had our first dog.
Yeah, I picked up that dog, so we had two dogs, and that was fine. One dog was with me in the shop, the other dog stayed with me, right? But then it got to the point where they're like being together, whatever. And it wouldn't work. I used to go work at the institute and work till 10 o'clock.
used to have that same schedule.
Yeah.
30 years ago, 20 years.
Yeah. And then during COVID, we found two other fields. Yeah, the pit bull and the husky. I can understand why somebody wants to get rid of. Well, he's half German Shepherd now. I would, he wasn't even allowed in the house to. And I would take him to shop with me. Not aggressive. So. Well, for the first 3 months, he was literally going home. I do it. I opened the office door. Goodness, he hasn't done that. So. I haven't played a wedding in a long time. I don't know how I survived last time. You're a little wolf pack. So.
Do you walk them all together? Or no?
Both of them go out or something. That's whatever you did there. Yeah. Up there. So,
Oh, this is what you were telling me.
He had his dogs. That's back when it was nice.
Don't tell me about pit bulls, though. No.
Get my friend to introduce himself to me.
I'm Mark. To meet you.
Overhearing some of y'all dance.
Earlier?
Get the ruler out.
He's a teacher also.
Where do you teach at?
Well, the influencer has a different connotation.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They talk about TikTok.
Yeah. You have all your followers.
Social media.
Yeah, did you know about this lawsuit?
The one that was. She was a city attorney. Oh, and there, thank you. someone political position. Against the wall. And the thing, I don't know if people realize. So, I guess, at some point. But I think, sometimes. Yeah, we have it. A lot of people were making a big deal about it. They're horrible. They're bad. Road, and it destroys your fence. Oh, yeah, it leads into your fence and knocks out the wall. Wood stick or white sticks? I mean, if you cut a hackberry.
There's cold pizza in there.
Oh, really? Bring it out for the 4 citizens. No pepperoni.
My Albert, I need this as recycling.
Oh, I forgot my can. Coke can.
Bye, Brett.
Did you get one?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay. So you don't wear hats, if you don't want it.
I'm so glad to have a new hat. You have no idea. But white is going to get dirty, I'm afraid.
Yeah, why is?
You know, and sweaty. That's okay.
Is that 4th of July hat?
4th of July hat, yeah, I love it.
Yeah, David gave me a blue one and a gray one. David.
David Dibbeline?
Well, why did you get him? Oh, I was going to show, you got one? No, he got a white one.
No, because they want a blue one.
And a gray one. These are from Roque. Roque got these. These are samples, so they were free. And so he got enough samples for
Public Works. Yeah. And,
you just gotta find the right employees.
You gotta go mow the lawn and they'll give you a hat.
You can one if you don't want one.
I use it. Oh, I use those.
Okay, we're back into from executive session, and it's 8:48. And agenda item number 11, possible action on issues discussed in executive session. Agenda item number 1 is no action. Agenda item 9.2 is no action. So with that said, we will move to adjourn without objection at 8:40. That's right, 8:49. There you go. I wanted to say something. All right, thank y'all very much. We're so sorry y'all were waiting, but we have no action this evening. Okay, thank you. Uh-huh.
Go play against Wemby.
That's what we can have to say.
That's our parade. Yep. Yeah, thank you, Roque. That's cool.
We were all, the staff was going to wear them tonight's meeting on the
Why not?
Crystal, good job.
Some days.
Oh, you know what I'm gonna tell you?
Some days are better than others.
If you can have them work on that sensor to get in, Ms. Hernandez told me that they weren't working as well, that the cards do work, but not these. And Josh couldn't get in. I haven't been able to get in. She gave me another one, but it goes from green to red, back to red, and to
I
blue.
used mine today. That's all I used. Let me check, let me go with you. Can I go with you to see what it does?
Well, it didn't let me in for a while on Saturday, and then the meeting before that, it didn't let me in either.
Oh, it may be the days. You may only be allowed on council meeting days. Let me check the schedule.
I'm only allowed to go. I'm only allowed to come in.
Maybe come see.
Oh my goodness.
I have to check.
Yes, I should have access 24 hours a day.
Good night. Good night. See y'all later.
I'm down there. Oh, is it struggling?
Because, you know,
Yeah, we were dead in Thanksgiving till a couple weeks ago. We were dead.
they've all got assignments.
Oh, all them.
Yeah, council, I forgot to tell you.
Right. Well, now, in fact, tomorrow night,
gosh. And,
Be there. We start at 5 o'clock. We'll be here about 2:30.
5 o'clock.
Yeah, that's not my time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're in the evening. Oh.
And then Thursday, we have the same thing in Bernie.
would y'all sign this?
Wait, yes, on the election?
Yeah, sign the election page. Sign here and sign here on your places. Thank you. And I was running out of ink. Well, no, we're just calling the election page.
What are we signing?
We're called,
yes,
there's
I-
two places.
is
One is in
blank check?
English and one is in Spanish. Yeah.
I don't know how to sign Spanish.
No, just sign your regular name.
Yeah, do I need to sign my name in Spanish?
No.
Yeah.
Joshua.
Oh, I'm so glad we got y'all. Thank you for coming back, 'cause that helps.
Well, I would have found it
Well,
myself to
no,
track
but
down
this
the.
is a lot easier. Thank you, Sandra.
I still have to track down a city attorney to sign it though.
You know,
Sandra has a very convincing face.
Get
I
back in
didn't do
there.
it like that.
Or else.
okay, all right, okay,
Yeah, I believe it.
okay.
No,
Bye.
I don't.
Okay, the mics are still hot.
No, they're all
Yeah.
right.
We'll come and.
Well, don't say anything about Roque.
Yeah, don't worry, guys.
Don't say anything about
I have
Roque.
it. I have thick skin.
Roque, I want to Trader Joe's.
You know what I was gonna ask you? I didn't see it on your webpage.
Yeah, I would like to
But
not have to
can you
go
give us an
to-
update when you have a chance about the lift?
Yeah,
You know how,
It's gonna end in the end of March.
I really like
and,
their,
how many people have taken advantage of it, if any?
their ciabatta bread. Have you had the little
Not
ciabatta bread?
that's it, and about how much money
They're like,
altogether?
oh man, they're so, that, like nobody makes it like they do.
How much did